How we doing, boys and girls? Good morning. Welcome in, welcome in. Hope everybody is well. Coffee is good this morning. Oh, feeling nicely refreshed from the weekend. Summer is not quite here yet, but the sun is desperately trying to make its show an appearance, if nothing else. I feel a bit tall. Whoops. There we go. That'll do. Right, time to kill some rares. Time to play catch up. See how this goes, shall we? See if this goes to plan, or whether it all goes horribly wrong. This should be... Want to buy some warm, please? Yeah, the sun's here, but it could definitely do with being a touch warmer. Still overly cold. I spent... I wouldn't say most of Saturday, but a reasonable amount of Saturday out in the garden doing some basic bits and pieces. There was frost this morning. Oh dear, maybe it's maybe you got up earlier than I did today. There was no frost here, fortunately. I am glad to report there was no frost here. Right, let's get some rares killed. I've got somehow I've managed to half level 2 characters. Okay. We are scaling pretty nicely the Mechanica farm now. I now have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 teams. 12 teams, 6 of which that are predominantly, 4 of which that are mostly Draenor characters, so they're quite slow. But 8 which are like all spread out a little bit. Oh, you're grinding Comp Stomp at the moment. Comp Stomp's it's good for the Marks of Honor though, right? Real good for the Marks of Honor. Today is a day where I'm thinking that because I'm usually busier than normal on a Tuesday, I'm thinking I empty all mailboxes on a Monday. Getting 30 per toon per 4 runs, so it simply has to be done. I think I need so many Marks of Honor that ATT won't even tell me how many I need. I think that's the ridiculous nature of it. They won't even tell me how many of them I need. Swigs, Nitro, Thwack, Tally? God tier phase? God tier phase? Alright, we'll start with Tally. Yeah, I think I need to empty all the mailboxes today. Empty all the mailboxes, and that might come with a little bit of organization. I need some bags on some of these low-level characters. Getting some bag space is not a terrible idea. Okay, well, Swigs is dead, so maybe it's not that god tier of a phase. Thwack, maybe? Well, I can see Nitro's being pew-pewed. Is Thwack still left? It's hard to tell. My little add-on claims he is. There he is! Nuke his ass. Bakoto, Lady Daisy, welcome in. Good morning, good morning. No, no, no! Stop aggroing everything.
How you doing, pal?
Stop aggroing everything. AoE too strong. Right. Who's left? Swigs. That's a wall. That's a brick wall. Need a Swigs kill. Who's got Swigs up then? Show me the Swigs. Clearly nobody. Oh, Home Realm. Sure. Oh, it is a public holiday in the UK as well today, isn't it? It's Bank Holiday Monday. I'd forgotten about that. Being British and all, I should remember these things, but not living there for over a decade now, I kind of, I forget. Oh, well, it's a cheeky bit of bonus holiday for people today then in the UK. Well, that's fun. That's good news. Let's empty some bags then. Yeah, Sal, we'll kill you later. Let's empty some bags. Oh my lord. Oh my. Oh my god, so much rubbish. Oh, I thought that was 4 Mechanicas then. Hard baited. Is that 0 Mechanicas? Oh dear lord. That might be the wrong direction. $20 years in Oz, still can't remember it. Once you leave, it's you forget about these things pretty quickly. Doing that exactly now. Making about 10k on each alt just by vendoring. I mean, the flipping all of the random trash that we now have to deal with. I've suddenly realised all of these accounts are missing a crucial add-on, which was my Bagnator. They all seem to be missing Bagnator. Add-ons, Bagnator. Switch that on. Then save that to the profile. Okay. There we go. There we go. Got my old bags back. That means all this is in a funky spot. Okay. Bagnator's just super useful for me because it shows things like item level numbers in big bold on the items themselves. This dude's still level 72, means what I get out of these bags is still less than my remix gear. So we can just nuke it all. Okay, no Mechanicas on that dude. Sad face. Been pretty quiet about the UK in the news recently. I remember when, not to get too political first thing in the morning, nobody needs that on a Monday, but I do remember when Trump first won his presidency, I joked that at least Trump becoming president will take the will take the UK out of the news. We'll take all of the Brexit shenanigans out of the news. And it definitely worked. All of a sudden the UK wasn't in the news very much at all. When his royal orangeness took over. No Mechanicas again. What is this shit? Game's rigged. 200, 473. Now we are actually talking upgrades. Don't know why I can't sell those. Apparently it's against the law to sell those. I don't know where these random ass materials come from either. Loads of stuff in the mailboxes though. Seemingly... Oh, there's one Mechanica. I was about to say that we've had real bad Mechanica luck this morning. 2! We take 2. We take 2. I have 2 Mechanicas. Boom. Oh, hang on. I've got a bunch of my bags already. Oh, no. I've only got 2 of my bags already. It's fine. I need to buy another one of the mounts. I sold one of the mounts the other day. Not for as much as I would have liked for it. I turned down my hyper pricing and actually snagged a sale on one. I think it was only for like 1.5 mil though. Nothing particularly super duper omega values, but I mentioned the other day that I kind of need to get the ball rolling at least a little bit on selling some of these, just since we're getting towards the end of the month and resubscriptions are needed on like 25 billion accounts, so it felt necessary to sell 1 or 2 of them. Bagnate has given me heaps of lure error pop-ups recently. I think it's Plus Mouse that makes Bagnator. Same guy that does Auctioneer and a couple of other things, Point Blank Sniper and stuff like that. I'm going to give the guy the credit of... I'm going to give the guy at least a little bit of credit here and state that most of the time his add-ons are like quite nicely optimized. Meaning if you're getting Auctioneer, either or, they sound the same. His add-ons are usually pretty smooth, pretty lightweight. I would imagine if you're getting lots of errors, it's a issue. It's a clash between 2 add-ons, it would feel. Something's conflicting somewhere. The usual rule is turn everything off. Turn everything off apart from the one that you think is broken, and then see if it's still broken. That's what I try and do anyway. $473, 2-handed polearm. I guess that's actually an upgrade technically. Wow. I think we had 4 characters there with like only 2 Mechanica between them. That's not the ratio we want to start with. No, no, no. Well, anyway, next team. See if we do better next time. Oh, these are... I have a sneaky feeling some of these I emptied the bags on them yesterday, day before yesterday. Any of my new characters, I emptied the bags early because I just needed some gold on them. Welcome in, Chris. Good morning, by the way. Happy Mondays. Got 62 Mechanica. It's a good haul. Can't argue with that. Can't argue with that at all. I spent a little bit of time last night as well doing the like weekly tour on some of these. I didn't have much time to play at all over the weekend, but a few world tours of the rares yesterday. So I'm kind of nicely keeping up a little bit, I think. Oh, hang on. Wait. Nicely keeping up with the sort of scaling and optimization of this. I need to have a couple of days where I don't do anything extracurricular to see roughly what sort of time it takes me to do a complete sweep now. I'm still thinking 12 teams is taking me about 2 hours, which is still a little bit more than what I actually want it to be. I realistically would like to spend about an hour a day doing this, not much more. But to make that hour as efficient as possible, you know. $69 Mechanicas, giggity. Oh, swigs. There's the possibility, whilst this leveling event's on, I need to actually put a little bit more focus into like leveling some toons. Because the reality is leveling characters is about 30% faster right now than it sort of is normally. Which is... Is that all of them already? Swigs... Oh no, we need a thwack kill. While it's about 30% faster than average, I need to take advantage of it really. And make sure that I level at least a good amount of characters. Nobody's got thwack up. Maybe we just go camp it so I don't forget.
We don't got real plants here in Undermine, but we got the...
If I can get 20... Well, the reality is I'm looking to try and get 25 characters on each realm. Or thwack's up on this one. 25 characters on each one. So multiply that by 4, that's 100 characters. That does two things for me. That gives me 25 teams, which is way more than I'm ever going to bother to do each day. But it means if I want to spend more than that hour, 2 hours, that technically I can. Even though I won't feel the need to, because it'll still make me plenty enough in that small amount of time initially. But... the more important thing for me is it'll mean I'll have a level 70 character leveled up on every single server in the EU, which is moving into the next major sort of project. And soon as we get like a TBC time walking week or something, the mission will be to get as many of those up to 80. Sounds a bit like Burnout to me. Please don't go Zanza mode. No. I have a very strict policy where as soon as it stops being fun, I stop. There's no problem with that whatsoever. I have a few things planned for later in the month. Doom comes out later this month, which we will absolutely have a blast through. Also, there's an expansion to the Division 2, which we'll probably pick up later in the month as well. This is just mostly... you know, keeping things ticking over nicely whilst there isn't anything real major going on. Well, the next project, when we have a character that's reasonably leveled up on every single EU realm, it means there's a lot of opportunity for cross-realm flipping. But it also means that at the drop of a hat, I can, like, serve a shard, like pretty much any character. Which will mean that if we want to go hunting down things in the future, it'll be easier to do. Right, let's park myself here. Let's get these guys' inventories sorted now that we've killed the rares on them quickly enough. Boom, loads of goodies in there. Wait, these are all in the wrong order. Anything that we want to be keeping, let's have a little bit of a look. That's technically an upgrade. Not that these really need upgrades, but, you know, it's fun. Did we not get any Mechanicas on this dude either? Oh my god. I'm also getting huge amounts of these mysterious wisdom potion things. Huge amounts of them. These fortuitous satchels, I need a way to funnel these to the right characters as well. I know the war bank is the way to do that, but it's a pain in the ass to do it when I've got all the accounts logged on. I need to rotate through them one at a time. No Mechanicas again. This is weird. This is almost a concerningly low amount of Mechanicas so far. Maybe we haven't let the law of averages kick in properly yet, but this is odd. This is a semi-concerningly low amount. I should be averaging a Mechanica per tune. What tools are you using to switch between the different screens and clients? Nothing. just clever careful placement of them. It's just it's the Windows snapping. It's not anything particularly fancy. Windows by default doesn't have the exact layout for Windows snapping. So there's a tool for Windows called Fancy Zones, I think it was called. I can never flipping remember the name of it. Is it called Fancy Zones? Yeah, Fancy Zones, which allows you to make alternative Windows snapping zones. But other than that, it's pretty vanilla. There's a Mechanica.
Let's make sweet, sweet profit together.
Let's trade this over. So we don't lose it. Intrepid, thank you very much for the 11 months. Thank you very much, do appreciate it. Going to be a big month next month. If you can keep that going, hit the 1 year. Appreciate it lots, thank you. Hope you're having a good Monday. Oh, half of these are silly things that I can't sell. Right, there's that team done. Let's log you lot out. Move on to the third one. In work, UK, so double time. Ah, see, okay, now you see that's always the alternative. We were talking about the fact it's bank holiday in the UK, or red days as they're often called throughout Europe. Bank holiday in the UK today, but of course if you do work, somebody's got to be doing something, so there's always that nice opportunity for some cash monies, bit of bonus. Right, this dude's got swigs up. We take swigs as priority. Swigs as prio, at least as far as Wowhead is concerned. That said, I haven't actually checked Wowhead's numbers for a little while on the drop rates on these. Very early on, we sort of suspected that Swigs has like a 3% drop rate compared to like 1 to 1.5 on some of the others. But if it's, you know, that was more very, very small data sample size kind of maths. Tally's up on this realm. Tally and Thwack, apparently. Is it an add-on or a weak aura that shows the undermine rares that you've killed? This is now a weak aura. Sorry, no. I used to use a weak aura, but I now use an add-on for it. It's called Rare Tracker. And it offers a little bit more than what I've ever found in like a weak aura. In terms of it gives you like, if you are lurking on one shard, for example, for a while, it will give you timers of when it was last killed and that sort of stuff, which is kind of handy. And for me, the thing that's nice about this is it shows me the shard ID, which is an indication to what layer each character's on, and can make it much easier to see which ones are on the same shards and which ones are on others and stuff, so it's all good. Oh my god, and nitro. I need more DPS. Need to kill things faster. I'm partly waiting now for the turbo event for them to lift the crest caps. I'm probably not going to worry too much about gearing this dude much more at all, full stop. But when they lift the crest caps, then I might spend, you know, like an afternoon and just absolutely pump and see what we can do. That said, I'm always going to be limited on gilded. Because of my refusal to go get them naturally. My only access to gilded is either the 3 11s a week in delves or converting everything else up, which we can do now. We can convert runed crests into gilded, but obviously the conversion is a bit icky. Right, I think I opened all their mailboxes yesterday, or maybe even the day before. Oh, maybe I didn't. Yeah, these are the dudes that are starting to have the problem that they don't have any bags. Now, the fact that they're warbound is really nice, but the annoying thing more than anything else for me is that getting them onto the right characters is also a pain when I've got all of the accounts logged on. Do I try and rectify this, or do I just wing it for now and deal with it another day? Are they Mechanicas? Oh, I thought they were Mechanicas for a second then. Sad face. Sit your ass down. Go check your mailbox. Welcome in, Woo. Addressed here. Good morning, good morning. What's the thing top left? You mean this? It's just it's a rare tracking add-on, so I can keep some idea of which rares I've killed and which ones I haven't. These characters are so brand new, they don't even have basic setups on them yet. Giving up on the weak aura for rares? The weak aura was fine. There was nothing inherently wrong with the weak aura. This one just offers me more. It just does more for me. Hey, Mechanica. Yeah, in simple terms, this one just does more. All of these materials, I shouldn't really be throwing them away. I know this is unfortunately going to end up being a Manthius Cleans bag stream, at least first thing, but this arguably is a once a week task. In theory. In theory. Nailed a 153, 10 to 80 earlier than the other night. New route is bonkers. Did I even see Bellula the other day chatting about some add-on which you combine with TomTom so that you literally just follow the route. You literally just follow the breadcrumbs. Which is pretty crazy to see. I think Bellula said it seems to have gone under the radar. It's only got 40,000 downloads. And I'm like, mate, that is not under the radar. 40,000 downloads is pretty well known. Shows the world he lives in. I also need to make a decision. Do I put heirlooms on all of these level 70s? Just for things like the rested experience gain. And so that they're not super duper mega item level 8 squishy. Because being item level 8 is problematic. Because when I drive around and do the weeklies, their aggro range is redonkulous. And they can't even take one hit without dying. Which is something that needs to be addressed. Heirlooms is the quick fix to this. Heirlooms are not level 80 yet though, are they? Heirlooms need to hurry up and be level 80. Routes are freely available with the add-on. It's about to hit top 500 most downloaded add-ons, so it's a way above. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Bellula claiming it's under the radars. Like, no, mate, you're just you just haven't found it yet. He hasn't got his finger on the pulse like he thinks he does, though, these days. There starts. Now kill it. I'll help that guy out. I have a sneaky feeling that would have one-shot that dude. There was 2 or 3 rares it claimed was on this shard. Here we go.
We got the next best thing. Fix them up so they shine nice and bright.
Finally got second Gallywix kill on Heroic last night. No loot, of course, but at least another nice healing pass. Hey, well, congratulations. A kill is a kill. Getting the loot is the bonus. Started leveling up some old world professions for the Master of All achievement. Got to Legion where I hit a stop sign with mining. You need a world quest to hit 100. Yes. Yes. Legion is Kiss Curse. I personally really like the Legion leveling system for professions. I like the fact that you can't just cheese it in 10 minutes. That said, though, I see when you are just trying to go through and blast it at this point, then it's slightly annoying. But yeah, of all of the professions, I think Legion is probably my favourite from a profession standpoint. It's one of the only professions ever that's integrated actual gameplay into the professions, rather than it being a stand at a trainer and buy shit from the auction house scenario. And if Legion wasn't plagued with flipping, oh, what was it? It wasn't Expulsum, was it? That was BFA. What was Legion's equivalent of it? Oh, God. It wasn't Expulsum. It was... Somebody help me out. Somebody's going to know. Explodium or something. What was it called? What was the flipping BFA thing? Obliterum. There we go. Lady Daisy. Thank you, thank you. With the Obliterum Forge as well, which paved the way to BFA scrapping. But either way, it was quite cool. Made mad bank with that, I tell you. That was good fun. Blood of Sargeras. Well, having a World Quest acquired bind on pickup reagent that is needed in everything was a restriction, yes, that was a little bit annoying, but at the very same time, I liked the fact that they put the vendor in so that anybody that farmed it up that didn't need the Blood of Sargeras themselves could convert it into materials and sell the materials. There's as crude and as frustrating as it was, that was the reason why you could make money with it. This is the thing, and it's often misunderstood that points of frustration and friction in the crafting system is why there is profit in the system. If you make everything smooth as silk, then quite quickly you realize that, well, actually, if it's smooth as silk for you, it's smooth as silk for everybody else. And quite quickly, nobody starts needing the expertise of anybody else. And then they wonder why they can't craft or sell anything for a profit. So, sometimes systems like Blood of Sargeras can be a touch frustrating. But at the end of the day, they do their job actually reasonably quite well. Even if at the time you would rather see them not exist. I still have gaps in... Oh, I mean, yeah, you and me both. You and me both. I think Herbalism and Mining, it's probably the only expansion I've not capped out. I'm pretty sure of it. Should we look on... I mean, I've probably done it on jewel crafting and leatherworking. Yeah, we're 100 out of 100 here. And I've even got all recipes. But yeah, there are still a couple of gaps somewhere. I'm missing... We go Legion. Yeah, I've got it. Yeah, see this is the difference, right? Even though I said Legion was probably one of my more favoured professions, look how many patterns you just didn't have in Legion. This was it. This is the entire Legion leatherworking profession list. If they gave us this now, I would be standing on my soapbox so fast you would not even believe. You don't even understand how quickly I'd be on my soapbox if this was all that we got for an entire profession, for an entire expansion. Like, the amount of recipes we used to get for an entire expansion was tiddly. Absolutely nothing. Pandaria had more. Pandaria had almost too many, but that's because they had an entire new season's worth of crafted gear each and every time. They fixed this problem now with things like crafters marks and stuff. So maybe you know, off the back of this is what Blizzard, I see them do this a lot. They go to one extreme and then the player base is like, this is too much. And so they then swing to the opposite end of the scale completely. We went from Pandaria, where we had just an ungodly amount of recipes and patterns to collect, because every season we got a new set of PvP crafted gear, which meant the list was just redonkulous. And then they went straight into Draenor, where you were self-sufficient in everything, and there was about 10 things you learned. And it took them until BFA before they really padded the professions out again. But then even this was mostly the same scenario again, that you had a full set of PvP gear from each season. It's taken them so long to find that sort of that balance. How do I get these? Oh, it's a world drop? Ugh. No wonder I don't have it. Right, your inventory is done. You go sit your ass down. I hate the spark system. You can't get previous expansions mogs, only if you have like 200 sparks, so I have to make a trial tune to get about 5 of them. I hadn't even really thought about that particularly. There is, yes, some maybe long tail issues with that approach. But at least the trial character thing is a clever use of game mechanics way of dealing with it. If there was absolutely no way to deal with it, that would feel a lot worse. But I get your point. I see your point. I am actually somewhat concerned at the moment with how few Mechanicas I'm seeing. Like actually unnaturally low quantities. And I'm not sure I have any way of quantifying why that is. Other than the fact that these characters are like 5 minutes old. Oh, you've got one just lying around. That means that you've at least had one. Is it better than the weak aura? Yeah, I've basically completely converted to this. The weak aura is very simple and very basic. But I think I like the little timer aspect on this, and I like the fact it tells you what shard you're on. Not that it's information that you can really do much with, but you know, the little green box showing who's up on what realm and that sort of stuff is kind of nice. Unrequested backseat advice, set up a mailing and vendoring operation and or a setup for scrap. or equivalent to auto vendor the common items. Yes, that is next step on my list. You are spot on there, my friend. Absolutely spot on. Going through and doing all of this manually is cause for a headache. Yes. Did I get second Mechanica? This dude. With all of these characters being on different realms, though, mailing isn't really something that's very easily or useful to me. So I'm... But yes, something to scrap all of the shit that I don't need is worthwhile looking into in more detail. I'm my main focus at the moment, even though this is not the most optimized way of doing things, is actually just getting the characters getting the teams in order. I want to have enough teams so that I don't feel as if I can go through them all every day within like an hour or two. At that point, when I've got more characters than I need, then I then rotate through the process again of optimizing the shit out of everything, or at least trying to. But for now, I just need to crunch through it. I got to feel a little bit of the pain. So then when it hurts enough, it feels good when you fix it. You know? as ridiculous as that sounds. Don't you hate when you open trade with your alts, press OK, then minimize the game, you need to press it again? Yeah, you have to kind of confirm it twice. It's weird. I don't know why that happens. I have noticed the same. Tried out my level 70 twink for leveling in the Anaran Plains over the last few days. Hunter, not a demon hunter, so not quite as efficient, but man, it's still very fast. Felt good to round off a few of my ults that were just languishing. Yeah. My demon hunter absolutely rips through that zone now. I've figured it out enough so that I can basically rip through the zone faster than the respawns now. So I'm actually feeling as if, to some degree, that he's too powerful for that zone. But you know, that's a nice problem to have. But yeah, I've got it down to about an hour and a half, roughly, from point of creation to them dinging level 70. Which, for 4 characters, you know, that's sub 30 minutes per character. Really difficult to complain about that right now.
We don't got real plants here in Undermine, but
Oh, and you know me, I'll give it a go, but like,
fix them up so they shine nice and bright.
I'm more than happy with it. Who do we need left? Tally. We got 3 out of 4, nice and quick. Let's tally up on any of these. Doesn't look like it. Okay. While we're waiting for a tally to spawn, let's start doing bags. Woo! Spicy meatball. Hey, Mechanica. Yeah, there's I have a weird desire to level up a paladin and also maybe a boomkin to try some alternative classes with this level 70 twink scenario. Just for the one simple reason that it's A, quite fun, and B, options is always good. Oh, wait, no, hang on. You need to come back this way. I can't trade to you if you're in the arse end of nowhere. Oh, I can't trade to you at all if you're not even here. No, that wasn't the button I meant to press. Get back in. Boomy's probably better for the open world stuff, but nothing beats a Demon Hunter in instance content. Demon Hunter's mobility is just ridiculous. That's the main catch there. That their mobility is just off the charts, like quite literally ridiculous. Can I trade all of these bottles of mysterious wisdom? I guess you can. I guess you can. Not that that's something I want to do, but it beats having having to cycle in and out of war banks, which is annoying. I'm half figuring this out as I go along. Don't we still need a kill on somebody? Didn't I still need a tally kill? I do. Keep the eyes open. Druid's fun, but it's definitely more easy to die. Yeah, Demon Hunters sort of stay alive without really doing anything in a weird way. Oh, hello. There's a tally kill. That's exactly who we were waiting for. Where are you at? There you are. And since you scale your speed with mastery, it's the way to go. Yeah. Yeah, Demon Hunter's just absolutely shreds. He's very fun. Even as somebody that's never really played a Demon Hunter. He's good fun. Right, let's leave all of these grouped up so we can clear the mailboxes out. Where did we get to? We got to here. Ooh, 2 miscellaneous Mechanica. Hello. this is random trash I'm meant to be sort of saving. Because it's meant to be kind of worth something. When Blizzard decides to give you shit out of a free goodie bag that can't be vendored, whoever decided that was acceptable needs to be fired. Strong words need to be had. Oof, plenty in that bag. That said, the druid in Brackenhide is faster, so it's easy to tag and group up enemies, but then after some time you learn what the pulls are more risky and just use defensives there. Yeah, I imagine the Boomkin just has the advantage of just like it's got that instant, you know, just dot, 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 everything up. Whereas a Demon Hunter has to kind of like get close to aggro stuff, minus a couple of abilities. Which is not inherently a problem, but takes a little bit more getting used to. Woohoo! Mechanica. Yeah, all of these silly steam boil and hand crank things. The only reason I'm keeping these right now is just simply because instantly deleting them every time and then flooding the top of my inventory every time I open the mailbox is just annoying. I'd rather stack them all down the bottom and then deal with them all in one go later on in the expansion. I mean, or like what we said earlier, just set up an auto vendor for them. But that also requires me doing something about it now. Why do what you could do today when you could put it off till tomorrow? Do you use Alliance sometimes? Maybe for some specific professional racials? I don't really use Alliance at all anymore now. Profession racials are... They're just such a point of frustration, really. That they both simultaneously don't really matter, but then they also do kind of matter enough that it annoys me when I don't have them. Which is a roundabout way of saying that yes, it's probably something I should consider and should do, but I'd rather just not. Yeah, I know that doesn't actually make any sense, but it makes sense to me. I'm kind of hoping that they'd just make the professional racials disappear completely. It's just a massive point of frustration for players every time. When we have professions that are so reliant on being hyper min-maxed and optimized, that the difference between like a 5-point racial can start actually making differences to people is it just feels too much to me. It just feels too much. Right, these guys got their kills. They have logged these guys out. Just mark the trash with scrap. Enable account-wide sorting. Problem solved. Does scrap have that these days? I know we've had this discussion quite recently. Which is the add-on that actually works for this sort of shit? Because there was scrap, and then there was another one that I can't remember what it was called. Maybe it is scrap. Since that appears to be the only one of that nature that I have, maybe I decided scrap is the way to go. Was it peddler? Oh. P for peddler. Yeah, see, I don't have peddler anymore, which makes me think that I deleted peddler in order to remind me to use scrap, is my half guess of this. It's the other option, but you went with scrap, okay. Yeah. Yes, you are also right. I should probably get that set up. Click account wide, job done. It's job done as I still need to configure it 5 times though. Because whilst it may be account wide, that's only 50% of the problem. Peddler's causing me all sorts of issues. Try scrap then. Try scrap. We had I can't remember when, but we mathed this out a little bit on stream a while ago. Just copy over the Lua file. That's the big boy way of doing it, yeah. Welcome in, Bear, by the way. Good morning, good mornings. We need swigs and we need thwack. Swigs and thwack don't appear to be up on any of the realms. So let's do some mailboxes. Does scrap work in the same way? Yeah, similar. You just tag an item as something that you want to be vendored, and off it goes. That's something we want to keep. That lot gets vendored. That's something we want to keep. They should really go on. Random ass materials. Stuff that could and should be sold. One day, one day. Oh, I thought that was a Mechanica. Never lucky. Oh, 2 Mechanicas. Ignore my never luckies. Real lucky. And by luck, I mean absolutely pure skill. Galagio, Slugger. Oh, Swigs. I needed Swigs and Thwack. Let me trade these over real quick. And then sit his ass down. I need one more. Where's Thwack when you need him? Nitro's up, but we've got a Nitro kill. No Thwack, apparently. How do you farm all the Mechanicas? Kill a lot of rares. Kill all of the rares is the simple approach. Kill as many rares as you possibly can on as many characters as you possibly can, as frequently as you possibly can. And by the time you've done all of that, you should end up with a reasonable amount of Mechanicas. Is the TLDR. The slightly longer version is... Oh, there's one, look. The slightly longer version is, the way that I'm doing it right now, is I am running 5 accounts. We have level 70 characters on all of the accounts. We are partying up in teams of 4, with my main character doing the rare killing as the 5th member of the party. We then cruise round, find a rare that needs to be killed, kill it. All 5 members of the team then qualify for loot, and of course part of that loot can be miscellaneous Mechanica. So that in essence means that every kill I do, because I'm running around as a party of 5, counts as 5 chances to get the Mechanica, which definitely helps. Obviously, the logistics of getting it all set up, though, is quite a bit more than just strolling around on one character killing things. But if you put the effort in, it's worthwhile. These dudes aren't teamed up right now. Let me team them up real fast. Still need Thwack. Is he not up anywhere? Still not up anywhere. Are we on different shards? 93, 46, 62, 62, 46. Okay, we got some crossover on the shards here, which is probably why we're not finding the rares quite as fast. Are all 5 accounts funded with the gold you earn in WoW? Yeah, I've not used my credit card to pay for anything in WoW for years. All fully funded with gold, yeah. Oh, I thought that was going to be 3 of them then. Oh, wait, this dude's got heirlooms on. I've put heirlooms on this fella at some point then. Clearly. Okay. Maybe this guy was once upon a time being leveled in a slightly more normal fashion. No Mechanicas. Sad. No Mechanicas. Wait, what? Where's my main dude gone? Oh, yeah, of course. Right, quick thwack check. Anybody got... Oh, Dark Fuse, don't need him. Thwack, this realm. Go. Killing!
We don't got real plants here in
Casual
Undermine,
murder.
but we got the next best thing. Fix them up so they...
The process has taken me a little bit longer today because I'm actually going through all of the characters and fixing their inventories and emptying mailboxes, which is a probably once a week activity. But for the main part, it's log on, find rares, group up, kill rares, ungroup, find new rare, kill rare, rinse and repeat on as many characters as I possibly can. That's the theory. So now all of those 5 characters got credit for killing Thwack, because they were close enough to the kill happening, and they were all teamed up. And when you have characters on different servers, so the shard ID is written up here. So the shard ID is what layer you're on, basically. So if you spread your characters out enough, you can be on up to 5 different shards, and so when a rare spawns on one of them, you invite all the other characters into your group, and they all merge onto your shard, and then you go kill the rare. How many theoretical teams do you have now? 12. I have 12. Not hyper optimized, but 12, which is 12 times 4, 48 characters. Plus my main that I do the killing on, obviously, is 49 characters. Do characters end up in the same shard frequently? They can do, but I'm methodically leveling characters on every single realm in the EU. So hopefully I'll, once in the future, be able to, shuffle the teams around a little bit so that they can be more optimal. And so that clashes don't happen. So like here, for example, 49, 46, 49, 46. So these 2 characters are on the same shard. But the other 3 are all on separate shards. Just maximizing the possibility of finding a rare on that shard and being able to pull the rest of the team into it. Can't wait to do that in the next remix patch and do 5 per realm. It's we're hoping, obviously, that the next remix offers something along those lines. I do question, because I know Blizzard didn't do really anything about it in Remix last time, but that doesn't necessarily mean that it will be as good next time, because even though they didn't do anything about it, what we don't really know, two Mechanicas, what we don't really know is what Blizzard actually thought about it. You know, did they feel that it was overpowered but weren't really willing to rock the boat too much in Remix last time? Or the alternative is do they fully embrace the fact that people were able to make lots of characters? There's the common sense argument here, being that Blizzard is slowly coming to the realization that the more characters people have, the more they play the game. And when all they seem to care about these days is engagement, then the one good way of doing that is let people have lots of characters. That's one common sense argument. Now, of course, Blizzard have not necessarily come out and said that publicly, that that's their intention or their plan, but we can speculate. But we'll have to see. If it is the case that Remix ends up being like an absolute powerhouse for leveling alts again, I'm more and more as the years go on believing more in the fact that there's rarely a disadvantage to having a shitload of characters. There is reasonably frequently an advantage to having lots of characters, but there's never a disadvantage. So if you can get them leveled up pretty quickly, pretty easily, it's kind of never a bad idea to do it. Now, of course, the degree you want to take it to is entirely up to you, but I kind of do wish that with Remix last time, I put more effort into leveling a bunch of characters. Oh, these dudes are all in the arse end of nowhere. This means that these characters were all trying to kill... I left these characters trying to kill the junk wall, clearly. Well, maybe we can kill two birds with one stone. If we're waiting for a junk wall to spawn...
We don't got real plants here in Undermine, but we got the next best thing.
We can maybe borrow a Grimewick kill for the day.
But we got the next best thing. Fix them up so they shine nice and bright.
Pull him over this way.
Bamsi's engineers are itching
We
for
can
some
use our...
sabotage. Lend him a hand in Castaway Cove, why don't you?
We can use the Bruto to drop a mailbox down while we wait for a junk wall. Do our inventory stuff that way. What you're setting up will have great value going forward, especially when players move on from the Undermine zone. Well, this has been the theory, at least, and other people seem to at least partially agree that, yes, having this up and running and set up now, whilst it pays for itself comfortably right now, will actually likely be worth more in the future when everybody leaves the Undermine and the supply of these pets and mounts dries up because everybody's busy doing something else. I mean, that's the theory, but we also know that the demand for the stuff falls off a cliff as well when people leave. I had a similar view with, the pets and mounts from, Zereth Mortis. Zereth Mortis pets and mounts, because there was the lattices. I don't know what the plural of lattice is, but the lattices from Zereth Mortis was something that I considered being quite valuable going forward because they were a key component to make the pets. But the reality is just people don't care. There was enough of them and people equally don't care. The mounts is what makes this zone different to me though. The fact that there's bind on equip, auction houseable mounts makes me feel that there's it's likely to be more evergreen because they're mounts. There's look how many people still farm the flipping Alani mount, and look how many people still actually make a reasonable amount of gold selling the Alani mount. And that's a mount from Missa Pandaria. You know, the fact that it's farmable and sellable on the auction house means there is always going to be some interest in it. Now the Alani mount is very easy to 2x4 or multi-box, and people can probably get an entire Alani mount from the Sky Shards in, my guess is like half an hour to an hour, in an organised group doing it. Whereas you ain't never going to get 25 miscellaneous Mechanica that quickly, even way in the future. Even way, way, way in the future, I'm not convinced you're going to get 25 miscellaneous Mechanicas that fast. Unless the hyperspawn for market research in the northern part of this zone goes bananas. That would perceivably be the only quicker way to do it. You can AFK farm it with 5. Are we talking about the Alani trinket here still? The Alani mount?
We don't got real plants here in Undermine, but we got the next best thing.
Yeah.
Fix them up so they shine nice and bright.
It deals damage on it and it counts for loot. Oh, okay. Well, in that case, if you can AFK farm it, that thing's ridiculous. That trinket makes you able to loot even if you're AFK. Wait, hang on. What's this trinket we're talking about? That's bonkers. That feels a lot like something I should know about. Oh wait, I'm nearly dead. Wait, hang on. No, let me stop thinking about trinkets for a minute and focus on actually killing this dude. I forget he's like a big boy rare. Right, you lot haul ass back to the hotel, and we can search for some regular rares. By that logic, you can invest buying the cheap mount now. Well, if you had quite literally gold to burn, I would probably say you're not wrong. Now, obviously, it's a different story putting your money where your mouth is on that one, but I still think that the mounts... Let me categorize one thing, though. At the moment, if you price the mounts competitively, you probably are not going to struggle selling them because they're also simultaneously in, like, quite high demand. The value of the mount may rise in the future with just the difficulty curve of getting Mechanicas. But it will be more challenging to sell them. So there's a 50-50 on that one. But then again, you know, if you're literally money bags, if you're literal money bags, then buying up a bunch of the like 1 mil or so mounts now that could potentially be flipped for like 3 or 4 mil in the future, you know, it's your call, really. Hey, what's going on? This shard's meant to have nitro on. You lied. You lied, game. Nitro is not up. Maybe nitro was up. Tally and thwack on this one.
We don't got real plants here in Undermine, but we got the next best thing. Fix them up so they shine nice and bright.
But this is the thing, right? It's always a difficult one to gauge because you never know just how invested other players are in doing exactly what I'm doing right now. A lot of my theory crafting on this is based upon the logic that when everybody leaves the Undermine as we get something new, then everybody will leave. Like conceptually, it requires for the value of the mounts to go up, it requires people to stop farming the Mechanicas. There's always the common argument that anything that's valuable and worth doing, there'll be somebody that will do it regardless. So I'm, you know, the theory is still based upon the fact that when the zone is no longer the current zone, people won't be playing in it. But you know, you can't guarantee that. So that's why there's still a bit of a risk. Hang on, what's this trinket then? Frax Tainted Rage Heart. Deal a bunch of Shadow Flame damage to you and nearby enemies every 3 seconds whilst in combat. On use, give in to the Rage Heart, absorbing a bunch of damage, suffer a bunch of damage, and lash out at nearby enemies every 2 seconds for 10. Every 3 seconds whilst in combat. So you have to be in combat for it to tick, though. And if it one-shots things, how do you keep yourself in combat? I'm sure there's some cheese to keep yourself in combat, right? This one works too. Gift of the summon. Swipe at the nearest enemy for a bunch of physical damage and gave a stack of Rising Rage. At 30 stacks of Rising Rage, gain Fury of Summon for 8 seconds. Counteracting all blows and regenerating health. Okay. Never heard of those. Interesting though. Or decrease if they buff the drop rate with less people doing the zone. I don't think they will. Not that I've tracked huge amounts of items historically to determine whether they do that sort of stuff or not. It doesn't really feel as if they do. Why did this guy not get a nitro kill? Is it just the add-on being silly? Or did he not genuinely not? Or hang on, did half of them not? No, nobody got a nitro kill. That's why. Even though the people who are currently farming it are people like you that can afford multi-accounts, I don't think I don't think that many of those pet and mounts around at the moment are from your casual player ending up with 5 out or 25 Mechanicas just by doing the content. Well, yeah, this is another thing, right? That could very much already be in the scenario where the supply is determined by the sweatier the goblin, you know. But same scenario, even the sweaty goblin is quite often the sweaty goblin that will go with whatever the meta is at the time. So you never know. You never know. I just know categorically that these flipping Mechanicas are a pain in the ballsack to farm, and your average Joe isn't going to stumble across them. And if there is only so many of them knocking about at the moment, when people are proactively paying attention to them, just think how many people, how many there'll be when people aren't proactively paying attention to them. That's my overall thoughts with this. Purely based upon the fact that I know people's interest is usually based upon whatever the current zone is. Oh, a bonus Dark Fuse Spy Eye. I might be right with my guess, I might be wrong, but I'm willing to spend some time and effort getting all of this set up so that if there maintains some strong value in these going forward, I at least have the ability to do something about it. Better to be in a position to do something about it than not, is my take, really. Yeah, this song annoys me because it does sound like the audio's broken. Stupid Natasha Bedingfield. I've only got 16 since the patch came out. I've been doing all of the rares daily on a few tunes. Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the patch, I was going pretty heavy on killing every rare every day on as many characters as I could. And I quickly-ish came to the conclusion that doing it on a single account is just painful. That you're much better off doing it in a multi-box situation. And so quickly started looking at the opportunities of doing exactly that. I was spending at the beginning of the expansion probably 6 to 8 hours a day killing rares, and I was still only getting like 1 mount a week. At that rate, not sustainable. At that rate, not happening. Some people might be happy with that, but and to be fair, when the mounts were like 4 or 5 million a pop, then sure, you do you. But I quickly knew that they weren't likely to stay quite that buoyant for quite that long. Delves, for example, Delves was supposed to die in 2 weeks with the horrific visions giving out more rewards, but now with the Season 2 plus the affix, people will do them again. Yeah, you never really know what Blizzard are going to do. And at the end of the day, it's their intellectual property to do with it as they wish. I just like to try and make sure that whatever they do decide to do, I'm in a good position to make some gold out of it. This random stuff that can't be vended. Is that just... Oh, there's a massive worm flank. One day I'm going to stumble across a character that has, like, instead of the mounting systems here, actually has Mechanica, and ends up with a bunch of them that I'll never notice. And that'll be a good day in the office when I find a random stack of Mechanicas on a character I wasn't expecting. It'll be like a Christmas bonus. Imagine Blizzard at the end of the expansion saying you can now buy Mechanica with gold, 10k each. Yeah, I mean they could do all sorts of stuff. They could absolutely do all sorts of stuff. Don't know where I'm getting all these random materials from. I seem to be getting a stray influx of materials from somewhere, and I can't quite figure out where. Right. Is that all of those teams empty, bags cleaned, rares killed, weeklies killed? Yes. Okay. Made almost my second gold cap selling Mechanica pets. I'm happy. Boom. Do it. Fair play. Nice. That's a win. Flyboy. Oh, these lot haven't done a weekly sweep. This team hasn't done a weekly sweep. Are they on different enough realms? They all seem to be on roughly different realms. I say roughly. 2 of them are on the same realm here. Do I do a weekly... No, I'm not going to do weekly sweeps on stream, mostly because they take actually just too long. Right. Nobody seems to be spawning right now, which is good. That means I can go grab a drink quickly. Back in 1 second. I do kind of like as well that these characters are like very slowly leveling up as well. I mean, it's, you know, it's not great pace by any means, but, you know, if this is something that I do continue to carry on with for a while, I don't think they'll ever hit 80, to be honest, but, you know, if they get a few levels under their belt, it's good enough that when we do try and get them to 80, it will be less work. Don't drink that delicious shit. You'll tank me in 5 years. Thank you in 5 years. Only drink it when I have it. When I run out of it, then I don't have it anymore. Anybody still doing the Nightfall scenario? The end boss is now giving 42% of the bar. Yeah, I 100% ignored that event. I've got no desire to do that silly event anymore. It's just terrible gameplay experience. It's not fun. B, it was broken beyond belief. C, the rewards are interesting, but I know it's just engagement bait. So I haven't really got any desire to do the Nightfall scenario. Now, that will come back to haunt me, because you bet your ass it will be at the end of the expansion meta, now that I've decided not to do it. But, you know. There's only one way to vote against this absolute trash tier content, and that's to not do it. Because when it's clearly engagement bait, if they don't get the engagement, then they might realise.
We don't got real plants here in Undermine, but we got the next best thing. Fix them up so they shine nice and bright.
Alright, there's one of the rares at least. 1 down, 3 to go. Map's rare add-ons looking a little empty right now. It's fine. Nearly done with getting the mogs just from doing the weekly part for a couple of weeks now. Yeah, that's one thing that I'm kind of thankful for. That I don't really care that much about transmogs. I know categorically if I cared more about mog, it would honestly frustrate me even more. I'm quite happy to just say, no, I'm not going to bother doing it. I'm not going to bother doing it because it's just trashed here. But I'm not quite as incentivized by the carrot on the end of the stick, you know. I guess we can work on bags as there's no rares popping up. Oh lord, these guys have clearly never opened anything out of their bags. These guys didn't even have... Oh, okay, sure. These are the first time these guys have ever opened a mailbox. Nitro. Gear will be better in 2 weeks with the horrific visions vendor. Yeah, I'm kind of neutral about the horrific visions now, to be honest. I was more hyped for them before the patch launched. With the state that this patch has been in so far, it's unfortunately tainted it a little bit for me, the horrific visions. We'll definitely give them a go, obviously. Let's not be silly here, but the reality is that I probably don't care about them as much as I already have once cared about them, if that makes sense.
We don't got real plants here in Undermine, but we got the next best thing. Fix them up so they shine nice and bright.
Does anybody know how he knows when to switch teams? Well, after if the rares are on separate sorry, if the characters are on separate servers and are then in separate shards, then every time I kill a rare, I like break the team up. I have a little macro to leave the group, and every time I kill a rare, I leave group so that the characters all go back to their home rares, home realms, their home shards. That way, I maximise the amount of realms I have visibility on. So now you can see this is in shard 5506, this is 5511, this is 5506 as well. So these two characters are on the same. 5683 and 5509. So there's a reasonable spread of characters on the different realms. And then when somebody finds somebody, like this dude has got Galagio up, team them all back together, go kill the rare. And then break the team up again. So you spend most of your time not grouped up. You only group up when you're actually killing something. You know, I still need Swigs. Swigs is the last one I need. Oh, if you mean when to like stop playing on that team entirely, log them out, well, it's when they've killed the rares I focus on killing that day. There's only 4 that I kill daily around the hotel. Slugger can also be killed without moving them out of the hotel, but he's a weekly. All of the other ones require moving them out of the hotel to go get kills, so I don't do that all too often. I tend to do once a week, I will do a lap with them around the map to collect all the weekly stuff, and at the same time they might snag a few bonus kills on like VV or Sal or something like that, but for the most part they stay where they are. And then once a week we have to clean mailboxes, gather our goodies, sell trash, trade over any Mechanicas, trade over any experience pots, trade over any Mog, so on and so on. Still need the 1 kill on Swigs. Swigs is not up anywhere. Let's empty this dude's bags. These guys are annoyingly all now. 3 of these are sat on the. 4 of these are sat on the same shard now. That's annoying. That needs fixing. That's going to make farming the rares annoying if that stays the same way. Quick, give me a bag. Oh, I've got one already. There we go. Right, do we need to put any of this on? Some of this we've got to put on, surely. Right, vendor the rest. Okay. Yeah, we're never going to find swigs if I've got 4 characters on one rail my way. That's annoying, because these characters are all meant to be on different servers as well. But they've somehow all merged into exactly the same shard. I wonder if this is something that just happens occasionally, or whether I do actually need to shuffle these teams about to prevent this from happening. We'll see. What is the buff for old raids getting extra legacy loot? I saw something about that. I don't know the mechanics of exactly how it works, but yeah, it's an 11.17 thing. I think it's going to be another sort of like on rotation event, weekly event that will, you know, when it's the collector week, you'll just get like an extra bonus piece of loot when doing legacy content or something. Is my guess how it'll actually end up. Something like that anyway. I'm actually getting a disgustingly low amount of Mechanicas off these new characters that I've made. And I wonder if there's a reason for that I haven't considered. Now, it could also be that they've literally only killed like a couple of rotations of rares. But I also am slightly concerned that there might be more to it. And that I've done goofed somewhere and don't realise. Are you waiting for tagging when everybody's sharding? Oh, well, it's not that they're not getting loot. It's just the quantity of Mechanicas seems abnormally low. But it only really seems to be a problem on these brand new characters. See, it's not like they're not getting loot, right? Because if they weren't getting the tag, they wouldn't qualify for any of this guff. So, I'm not sure. like I said, it could just be that they've not really killed enough yet. That kind of conceptually is highly possible. I'm just maybe expecting too much from them. But you'd have thought I'd have got a few at least. Seems to be a very low quantity. I'm pretty sure they still miss some loot because my mains get considerably more Mechanicas than the AFK alts. It's hard to tell. This is inherently the risk of not looting and letting shit go to the mailbox, though. You're kind of at the mercy of like the game to work properly. But if it doesn't, you don't really have any recourse as to know why. So it might need a little bit more consideration. Do we still need this flipping Swigs kill? We do. Thwack's up on this realm. Thwack's up on the realm where I'm not. Still need a Swigs kill. Can't not have a Swigs kill. Missing a Swigs kill is sacrilegious. It was last killed 7 minutes ago on my home realm, so it probably shouldn't be too long before it's up again. Yeah, this is Rare Tracker. It's got some letters at the end of it. I can't remember what the letters are, but in essence, it's called Rare Tracker. Yeah, Rare Tracker. There's a bunch of separate modules for different zones, so you can kind of turn on or off whatever you want. I've just switched it all on because, you know, YOLO. Can a macro for invite to the community be created? Not a macro to invite to a community, I don't think. Yet, when you try and find a community, you can paste a code in here. I just have a link that's saved on my character spreadsheet that I just paste in there very quickly. Probably quicker than doing it via a macro anyway. Rare Tracker Core RT. Yeah, it's probably that one. Yeah. Try it because my UI is bugged. I need to log out each time. Oh, okay. I've not found I had to log out to be able to join the community. I am 100% sure the drop rates are bugged, like 99.999%. Getting Mechanicas on new characters seems easier for some reason. And it's not an impression, it's the fact for me. Getting Mechanicas on new characters seems easier. Now you see, that's the direct opposite to what I'm finding. Yeah, that's completely the opposite of what I'm finding. My new characters seem to be having a far more difficult time getting the Mechanicas. Now, I don't have a full week of data, so the reality is I'm not statistically likely to be getting Mechanicas on these characters yet because I haven't killed enough rares on them. But the quantity of characters that I have, I think I should have seen more Mechanicas than I have so far today. I'm up to 17, which is not bad. But with the amount of characters and the amount of teams I've cycled through already, I was expecting more than that. We're not finished yet, mind. But what we've got so far has mostly come from the new character teams. So, I don't know. Maybe it does average out. It should be averaging out. Well, yeah, like I said, I don't have a full week's data, so I don't know. We'll see. I mean, new characters entering the Undermine. For example, my main does all of the kills. I got 6 on it so far. On my other alts, I got 41. And that is only 4 other characters. I mean, only 6 Mechanicas since the launch, killing hundreds of elites. $41 on other alts, and that's across 4 characters. That still only means they average like 10 each. The variancy between 6 and 10 is still very small. Because don't forget, even on your main character, you still only qualify for the loot once a day. Just because you kill everything on a main character doesn't mean you get more and more and more. You still only qualify for a Mechanica on the first kill per day. But I still kill way more rares daily because I don't go to all of the alts on all the days. I don't know. You see, this is the difficulty with anything that's like 1% drop rate. It's literally, statistical data is almost impossible to obtain. Individually anyway, because you just physically can't kill enough stuff to, you know, hit those mathematical averages. Even doing this ridiculousness. I've had about 200 Mechanicas farmed, but only noticed an increase on the average per week for now. So completely opposite to that theory. If you've done 200 Mechanicas already, you've done more than me. I think I'm still at about half that value. Well, let's think about this. I have the 3 mounts, which was, so that's 75, 85, 95. I think before this week, I think I'd farmed about 100 Mechanicas. Plus whatever's in my bag. I've got 23 on, so I'm at about 125 Mechanicas so far. But I spent 5 or 6 weeks doing it just on a single account. It's only been in the last couple of, last maybe 2 weeks where I've been building this system out. And the fact that flipping swigs won't spawn is going to drive me mad. Everything else is spawning around me, just not swigs. Swigs was up 14 minutes ago. It's got to respawn now, surely. Sort of 8 to 12 minute spawn times is what I've usually seen. But I also have a suspicion that the respawn of the rares is kind of dynamic with how many people are in the zone. Now, I normally play on Draenor, which is like the biggest of big servers in the EU. Meaning that the respawn was probably the fastest on Draenor. Because look, Thwack here, for example. Thwack was killed 19 minutes ago on this realm. 20 minutes ago now, and it hasn't respawned yet. It's annoying because the reason I've leveled all of these alts on different realms is so I don't have to do this waiting about bit. And if it wasn't Swigs, I'd probably pass and just move on to the next team. But Swigs is... I wonder, this is probably a good opportunity whilst we do wait to check Wowhead. What's the numbers look like on this these days? Oh, literally, that's the absolute guaranteed way to get shit to spawn, isn't it? Start doing something else and you can absolutely bet your ass it'll spawn. Right, that team is done. Yeah, so Mechanicas then. Let's do a little scout of the drop rates on these. So, Dark Fuse still seems to have the greatest drop chance at 6%, but the stats on that is poor. Wowhead only has 618 kills of Dark Fuse tracked. I've probably killed Dark Fuse more than 618 times. So it's questionable just how accurate that is. But then we've got Magno, Volt Strike, and Flyboy at 5%. Junk Wall, Chief Foreman, Scrap Chewer, Gavanti at 4%. So these are like your weekly stuff, right? Your weekly kills. This is why it's important to go around once a week and do that world tour. And, you know, spend a bit... Like, I do Scrap Chewer, because it's the one I can easily summon and solo. I do Scrap Chewer, I do Chief, I do Junk Wall, I do Flyboy. I skip Volt Strike, Magno, and Gavanti, because I can't summon them myself. Sal and Swigs are the two 3% drop rates. And look at the, like, 14, nearly 15,000 kills of Swigs Wowhead has got tracked now. So these numbers are probably better. But yeah, Slugger's only 2%. Ephemeral Agent is only 2%. I ignore this one, it's far too much like hard work. I don't kill Scrapbeak. But then the ones round the hotel, for example, we've got Thwack, 1.4%. Tally, 1.5%. Swigs is 3%. Who are we missing? Oh, Nitro. Nitro, 1.4%. So this is why you don't miss Swigs, because he's worth like 2 kills by himself. If you miss Tally or you miss Thwack or you miss Nitro, it's not the end of the world. But you don't miss Swigs. You wait for Swigs. Talk of the devil. Now, actually, thinking about it, all of these characters are on Draenor. So now we're in slow mode for killing stuff. Now we are genuinely waiting on respawns. just to check, because actually Draenor is big enough of a realm that sometimes it has separate shards. But no, at the moment they all live on one. Well, if they all live on one, we'll keep them grouped together whilst we do bag stuff. Oh, tally. Flyboys up. Yeah, I could kind of do with doing a world tour on these guys at some point today or tomorrow as well. Right, time for bags. Some of these are weirdly upgrades. No Mechanicas? Boo. Never lucky. I can kind of tell how many days that I've logged on and killed stuff, because you only get one of these pristine pouches once a day. So however many of these I end up with showcases how many days it's been since I've last emptied the mailbox. So this dude's got 6 of these, which is an indication I've done at least 6 days worth of kills on this tune. And no Mechanica. Maybe I'm just on a cold streak this week. Maybe luck is just not on my side. You got to have off weeks, I suppose. That means by having off weeks, you can have on weeks. And to be fair, this week has been pretty scrappy because I've been like trying to level up alts and stuff and set up new teams and things. So maybe I don't have as many kills as I thought I did. Another tune with no Mechanicas. I need to finish with at least 25 because I'm missing one of the mounts. 25 just gets me back up to what I started with because I sold one of the mounts. Go on. Oh, there's not much in your mailbox. Is that 3 Mechanicas? Oh, go on then. Sure, we take that. This is the point, right? Sometimes it's just RNG. Nitro is up though. Let's go get Nitro pew-pewed. Then we're just missing Thwack, which, if it comes to it, we'll happily skip. Because I don't even know when Thwack was last killed on my round. Quick sanity check, see if he's there.
We don't got real plants here in
He's not
Undermine,
there.
but we got the next best thing. Fix
We
'em up
might,
so they shine nice and bright.
We might just pass on Thwack, actually. Let's finish this dude's bags. Right, this has already taken us a while, so let's quick fire through these last ones then if we can. If we have to miss a rare or two, it's fine. I got 1, 2, 3 more teams to scout through. But now we're at the point where they're mostly on Draenor, so I don't necessarily always get all the kills. But I will start to have timers, which will make things a bit easier. Come on, big results. Big results. Need a couple of good ones in here somewhere. We got 3 on one dude a minute ago. I like the enthusiasm of 3 on one go, but I'd like it to be a little bit more spread out. None. That's not the spread out I wanted. Whoa, 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 wait, hang on. Banana Fred, today was not your day. No Mechanicas again. They're clearly killing something every day because they're getting the goodie bags, but. Oh, thwack. We needed a timer on thwack. Now we have one. No, 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 no. This way, this way, this way, this way, this way. Don't go running off with it. Randomly came here. What are we doing? I'm currently doing my weekly mailbox clean out to try and hunt down where all of my loot and Mechanicas are. Trying to keep things reasonably organised. Whilst also killing as many rares as we can. The Dark Moon Fair buff totals 75% if in war mode. Good week to be leveling. Yeah, with the level buff on top, yeah. I'm almost starting to wonder, and this is no way of actually proving this, but I am starting to wonder if the drop rate of Mechanicas has been adjusted on the hotel rares, because on the characters that have pretty much only killed hotel rares, I am easily below 1% on drop rate, which is way less than what should be advertised by a good margin. But I can't prove that in any way, shape or form. And I could just be unlucky this week. Tally, Swigs and Nitro still needed. Both Swigs and Tally were 13 minutes ago, so they're likely to spawn again soon. Nitro might take a bit longer. So yeah, what are we up to? 20 Mechanicas? Certainly not anywhere near as many as I'd have expected, to be honest, so far. I'm going to have to pull some magic numbers out of the last couple of teams. We should really be averaging one Mechanica per character. Is about where we should be. Now, I did miss a day, full stop, but other than that, I've added a bunch of teams to the operation and not actually gained any more Mechanicas this week off the back of it, which is very, very odd. Right, anything that's not nailed down. Seven, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Guessing that loot tables are all just messed up with the satchels being added. I actually don't totally disagree with that. Having those satchels drop might, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I just know categorically that this week, with adding like 6 new teams to the rotation, even with missing a day and not being 100% efficient with killing every rare every day, I should have seen more Mechanicas this week than I would expect to have seen in previous weeks, where I've still only gained about the same so far. Unless I log on to the next 2 teams and there's like 8 Mechanicas, and I just break the averages that way. It seems very low. Very low. But this is the issue. It's hard to prove. Mr. K-Chak, how are we doing? Welcome in. Did you have a good holiday, sir? Nicely relaxed. Ready to go. Although you've come back and I think you've got an even busier week than before you went, from the sounds of things. Nitro tally to go. Mental week coming up. Busy week plus LFG into another busy week. I might, well, obviously, I'm not able to go to LFG this year, but I might unfortunately also miss being able to pay much attention to it. Sunday is Mother's Day here in Finland, so there's a strong chance that I'm actually like properly away this weekend, which means I might struggle to even pay attention or watch any content from it until it's finished and done. So I might have to play catch up next week with the goings-ons. Oh, Nitro's dead. How long? Oh, he's been dead for 13 minutes. We'll let him off. But it's not mother-in-law day. Well, yeah, that's true. But it's if there is one person on this planet you should keep on your in your good books, that's your mother-in-law. You know, don't rock the boat unless you need to. But yes, this means that I'm at least out of action completely on Sunday. But it's quite probable that the wife will be like, let's go to our parents this weekend. Her parents, I should say. Our parents makes it sound like we're brother and sister. I'm not from Norwich. That's an English joke, by the way. Just logged into my enchanting concentration alt that's parked next to Rust Feather. Found out Found out that wasn't the Warband account relogged to make it so. Dead Rust Feather. Yeah, that happens. Yeah, that 3 seconds you log out for. Yeah, not only in that 3 seconds does the mob spawn, but somebody comes along and kills it as well. Yep. Maybe time to stop procrastinating and actually start the farm. Wait, hang on. Hang on. What's going on here? Oh my god. You've also just doxed all your character names on the internet, bro. Hey, but you see, you've gone one step further already. Oh no, that's your needs leveling list. But you've already smartly separated them between like the different realm types there to fundamentally guarantee yourself like different characters on different shards, all minus a couple obviously. Oh, the italics need leveling. Oh, okay. Well, I don't actually see that many italics, so I guess I'll let you off. Newt, goat, bird, frog. You've been giving them team names. If they're your actual WoW account names, I'm really impressed, by the way. Those are your actual accounts? Wow. Okay. I only have two that are actually old enough to be named. My main and my auction house account. So they are legit just old school ones. That's cool. Come on, Nitro. You're slowing up the progress here, my friend. Like I said, Nitro is one of those ones that I'm kind of happy to just leave it and not bother. But it's the same scenario again, right? It died 16 minutes ago now, which means it's due to spawn like 17 minutes now. It's absolutely due to spawn. Badger, Tiger, and Monkey are dormant. Wow, you've actually got some cool account names. That means you were like 8-boxing way back in the day. Whew. When did they start calling them WoW 1, WoW 2, WoW 3, and WoW, you know? That must have been, I want to say Warlords of Draenor. Oh, refer a friend. Yeah, I guess it was sort of valuable then, I guess. I never abused refer a friend anywhere near enough. Oh, God, you guys have got some proper smart looking shit on the go. You got flipping invites and whether they have shit to do or not on them. Sheesh. You guys have got like, whoa, stop sharing screenshots. Nearly missed me nitro kill. Whew. Okay, right, that team is officially done then. Let's just double check. I did check the bags on. I did. Right, those lot can peace out. Right, 2 more teams. I need about 25 miscellaneous Mechanica between these 2 teams. Mathematically, what? Whoa. Why are these showing up? Yes, please. I have no idea what's going on here. Give me that shard, whatever the fuck that is. Give me that shard with everybody on it. This seems like a freshly rolled shard for Draenor, where all the rares are up. This could be Christmas, if I can kill these fast enough. Straight onto Tally. Is that Nitro? Nitro's flagged as being up on this shard as well. Let's go 3 for 3. It also claimed it'd been alive for 13 minutes. So this just might be an absolutely empty realm. That doesn't happen very often. Wow, 4 for 4. God tier shard.
Shine nice and bright.
Okay, right. Well, that's made that process much easier. 4 kills in literally a minute. We take that. Right. The only way that that can be topped is if each one of these characters has at least one miscellaneous Mechanica on them. Right, well, there's the first team that doesn't have one at all. Or the first guy, should I say. Also, the fact that I'm not getting anywhere near as many BOEs this week as well. I really... I really do think there is some science behind the fact that these mysterious satchels are screwing with the drops. 1 Mechanica. Because even the BOEs seem to be way less frequent. I would usually get, you know, 20, 30 BOEs, easy. So 80s Prio then? I don't know. I don't have any 80 teams. Although, there's a second miscellaneous Mechanica. I don't know quite what it is, but it feels like... It very aggressively feels like the new toons that I've leveled up recently, who are still level 70, who have recently come into the zone and have recently started killing stuff, seem to very infrequently get Mechanicas, whereas these more old veteran characters are doing much better performance. But it's still actually quite early days to put much science or numbers to it. Because these characters haven't even done their weekly sweep. So if they're getting Mechanicas, it's not like they've got them from the higher percentage mobs yet, because they've not even done their weekly sweep. They've only killed hotel rares. I don't know. Maybe I've got too much time to read into this sort of shit. Maybe it's not actually that deep. Maybe I've just been unlucky this week. Right, well, all things said and done, that was a very quick team, because we somehow landed on a God Shard that had everything up. So let's scout the last team. Now the question is do I stay on this God Shard and pull everybody in because I know exactly when the spawn timers are likely to be? Yeah, I think I do. Phase everybody in. Phase everybody in. We'll do mailboxes whilst we wait. We should catch all of the respawns. See, there's another Mechanica. These more veteran characters, the more veteran characters are seemingly having much better luck, it feels. Doge, what's going on? Oh, getting a bunch of 513 gear. This isn't going to matter particularly much, because if they ever ding level 80, they'll get a bunch of like catch-up gear instantly, but I guess might as well use it. Oh, wait, hang on. No, this dude's got stuff I shouldn't sell. Right, most of the rares take at least 10 minutes to respawn, I've noticed. So I got a couple of minutes before things should start going bibbing, bibbing, bibbing. And then hopefully all 4 of the rares should spawn in quick succession. This entire team is no luck right now, not just the character name. Using Bagnoter and not using the categories bugs me. I don't like the category view. I'm not a fan of the fact that it just moves around all the time. As silly as that sounds. When trying to like do like send mail and stuff like that with the category groups, it just gets on my tits. That's why I don't use the category groups. It's not really a very legitimate reason, but yeah. Right, okay. Right, now we're just waiting on the respawns. Swigs and Tally we killed first, but they're all about hitting 10 minutes, meaning we should start to see them respawning. Now, the best way to make both Tally and Swigs respawn is to go for a P. If I go for a P, you can bet your ass they'll spawn. Back in 2. I see Swigs! I see Swigs! Okay, one down. Wow, 502 check cards, by the way. I should probably do something with those. 502. Whoops. That's a good indication of how many rares I've killed, actually. Thinking about it. Because don't you get like a single one off like every rare? I'm pretty sure you get one off like nearly every rare. Did I kill Nitro or Thwack first? I don't know. They should both sort of respawn at about the same time. I love the Bagnator category system, so customizable. I always know where to look for stuff. Yeah, see, I've always had this opinion with bag add-ons that I don't want to waste my time configuring a bag add-on. Honestly, the only real reason I use Bagnator is the fact that it shows item levels on the gear by default. And I just kind I don't use Bagnator because I actually use any of the customization of it properly. But I've never particularly liked bag add-ons. As silly as that sounds, but... Honestly, the time, you know, I used to use a bag add-on back in the day, mostly to sort stuff out, right? But since they added a sort button into the default bags, I would actually be more than content with just using the default vanilla bags. Of all the things to customize in the game, like, bags are not one that sits very high on my priority list. Right, that's every rare kill today, though. Took me much longer to do that than was expected, but I actually spent a huge amount of time just messing around, flipping, fixing inventories and stuff, which isn't necessarily what I want to do long term. Now, see, this is where my concern lies. That's now substantially more characters and substantially more rare kills every week than what we've had in any previous week. And I only finished on 23 Mechanicas. Which greatly makes me feel that either something's not working very well or I just got hyper unlucky this week. Did you swap ACP for the better add-on list yet? Which one is it I'm using? I did actually swap my... I'm using Simple Add-on Manager. It doesn't particularly do anything overly fancy, but it still allows me to have profiles. Is this better add-on list a better one still? It might be, I don't know. An add-on to manage your add-ons is so meta it makes my brain hurt. Okay, what I do need to do then is I need to get these teams finished leveled, or at least in some way, shape or form. But before I do that, I actually want to at least double check, because we're getting towards the end of the week, that I've even done half of the basic shit that I meant to do on these tunes. Oh my god, I apparently have done like one delve this week. Okay, I apparently have only done 3 delves this week. Do I want to bother doing any more delves? Or am I just going to wait till the turbo boost kicks in and they remove the cap now? Am I content with the gear on my character? Pretty much. Do I feel the need for much more? Not really. Where's our crest situation at? We've got 36 gilded crests. Still got room for more runed. Still got room for more carved. And still got, oh, capped out on weathered. It's Spark Week next week, isn't it? I don't know. Have you done the underpin? I haven't, no. No. I think I only need to do one more delve to get a second piece of 649 gear. So is it side street, sluice, or excavation? Let's do a quick delve real fast. Just take me to a bountiful delve. We'll just bang one out on 8 real fast. Bang out an 8 real fast just to get that second piece of 649 in the vault. I'm not going to bother doing 4 additional delves on top of that.
And we need some defenders. I know you're good at this.
Do shit on 8s. Just for the vault.
Yeah.
Give me a
Keep
wrench.
your ear to the ground.
Keep Brand leveled up a little bit. What was he? 73? Question for me also is, do I actually want to bother making more crafted gear? Or would I be better off saving the gilded crests to upgrade the crafted gear I already have once the upgrade comes out? But then by the time the upgrade option comes out, technically the cap on crests will also be removed. So by that point, it's just a grind fiesta to finish gearing, isn't it? Lots and lots of delves, potentially.
Here's your take of the spoils.
What's my level am I right now? 663. Plenty good enough to do what I need to do anyway. Oh, my little short goblin feet can't reach this one. There we go.
Oh, Bran's got your back.
If it's close, it's better to save up if you don't want to grind. Yeah. Is it in the calendar yet? When's it meant to be? Winds of Mysterious Fortune ends on the 21st. Heroic Visions Revisited begins. Is that not also... is that not also when the cap then gets removed? Oh wait, hang on. Delve bonus event begins next week. I don't know. I can't remember. I'm way too confused at the moment about what's happening and when. The combination of Blizzard like launching patches and having PTRs coming out and then them staggering the content within those patches, it's just like screwed my brain. I can't remember when anything's happening at the moment. I know I'm meant to be the person that's informed on this situation, but... Oh, what? Did I kill you fast enough?
You got to dodge.
That's still only half of the pressure valves. How have there been 18 of them? This one doesn't seem to be doing anything. Oh, that one's to open the door. $11.17 is before the June the 17th. The turbo boost starts May 13th. So turbo boost is a week on Wednesday, yeah. That's when the crest cap gets removed. So we've only got 1 week left with an actual crest cap, and then we can just, you know, grind it out if you want to go any further. Crest cap being removed also simultaneously brings the upgraded item level on crafted gear. But each upgrade is going to take 30 gilded. Seems a roughly fair amount. Half of what it cost to craft it in the first place. Might be the whole point, make people confused and just play every version of WoW all the time. Yeah, just days off? Nah, none of that. None of that business. No, 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 no. World of engagement craft is real. Oh no, my little goblin feet can't get back up. Oh no, we can. We're good. Zero desire to engage with the boost season. I don't think I'm in total agreement with a lot of the decisions Blizzard are making recently. I'm not so much of a fan of this aggressive amount of catch-up that we're seeing within the patch. Like, catch-up for me should be from one season to another. Or exclusively kept to the very end of an existing season as a way to allow you to prepare for the next season, sort of thing. I would actually almost, believe it or not, as ridiculous as this sort of sounds, I would prefer that the week when the patch launches before the new season begins, that be the first time where any catch-up exists. That way that you can spend that week, you can in essence reset your gear up to what the new seasonal minimum is meant to be, catch yourself up, so to speak. But having multiple levels of catch-up turning up within a season, for me, is very dismissive of the people that played at the beginning of the season. And it's starting to feel a little bit odd. That even this patch, we've gone from being item level 600-ish, was a reasonable-ish item level coming into this patch. We have already seen like 610 gear dropping in the Undermine, 623 gear now dropping from the Nightfall event, and we're going to see further turbo boosts on top of this. It seems like there are now multiple stages within the current season where they're catching you up. And I'm not really a fan, honestly. It seems to heavily diminish the efforts that you've put in at the beginning of the season. And it weirdly feels like, and this has been a bit of this is a touch elitist, be prepared. But it kind of feels like if you do keep up with what's going on, that none of the new content is really for you. because all of the new content they release seems to be designed to catch people up. Now, what if you don't need catching up? You are then, your reasoning for grinding it is what? To make sure you get all of the new rewards that come along with it? But you wouldn't necessarily have much of an incentive to grind it otherwise. I don't know, it's weird. I'm a big fan of, you know, a schedule to content. This 8 weeks between major pieces of content was okay, I think, in terms of it allowed players to jump in when a new patch lands, play for 3 or 4 weeks, or let's just say play for an entire month, which seems fair considering you buy your subscription in monthly chunks. But that 8-week cadence also sort of meant that if you blasted it in the first 4 weeks, you could in essence have 4 weeks of like quite relative downtime. A bit of a rest, you know. That, you know, if you put in a huge amount of effort for a few weeks, you have a few weeks where you can just breathe, you know. Whew, okay, that was fun. Let's prepare, let's get revived, let's get ready to go again, sort of thing. Now that they're trying to stagger it, so literally every 4 weeks something is happening, you're still incentive to blast it, but there's no respite between stuff. And even somebody like me who has the luxury to play this game as a job is starting to think that they're getting back into that stage of it's just too much too frequently. And it's too much of, like, if the too much was that there is just such a wide variety of stuff to do, that would be great. But it's not too much because there's a wide variety. It's too much because every 4 weeks they're presenting a new 4-week grind in front of you. You now must do this same thing multiple times on a weekly basis to be able to, like, I don't know. The pacing feels off to me. It's difficult to, like, nail it down, but the pacing just feels off. And like I said, I've also got to bear in mind that this is from somebody that can, if he wants to, play the game a lot. And I'm not even super enthusiastic about gaining all the rewards, right? I'm not hardcore chasing every piece of transmog in the game, like, you know, which, if you are, you kind of have to admit that you've made your own bed a little bit by doing that, but I don't know. The pacing definitely feels off. Nightfall is all disenchant gear for even my ults. This is it. There's almost an excess of catch-up systems now. There's a catch-up system for, like, every 4 weeks they're introducing a new catch-up system, moving the, you know, going 1 tier up in terms of item level banding. I don't know, it's, the pacing just feels weird. Like I said, I can't really nail it down as to why it feels that way. But I think one of the reasons it feels weird is because it makes it very difficult to actually enjoy any aspect of the game. Because as soon as you have finished that piece of content, and I do genuinely believe that you should be able to finish pieces of content without there in essence being like aggressive reasons for you to just repeat the same thing week in, week out. If you want to do the repeat the same thing week in, week out, we have modes like Mythic Plus that allow you to just fill your boots, right? You can do it as much as you flipping like. But then the raid has always been something that you do the raid and it's a weekly activity. You do it once and you get your sense of enjoyment from like progressing on a boss. And then you take a few days off, right? You take a few days off and you enjoy the spoils of your kills. And then you go again next week to try and progress a little bit further. Mythic Plus allows you to just fill your boots. But currently there isn't any time for you to like feel as if, oh, okay, I worked hard at that and now I have some time to, you know, live the life of luxury of having the stuff. Because in 4 weeks' time, just as you've finished getting that stuff, they move you. I don't know. Like I said, I can't quite nail it down, but something about the pacing just feels weird right now.
That's more like it.
It could entirely be that this is the first season in quite many that I've actually tried reasonably well to gear my character. So, for all I know, it could have been like this forever. I just have like been blissfully ignorant to it because I could not care less about the gearing. But with me trying to keep my character reasonably up to speed in terms of gear this patch, it's felt way too treadmill-y already. To be fair, WoW for a long time has felt like the best strategy for anything is to wait till later on when things get easier. My alt army is 635 plus with the new Arathi event. Yeah, that's mental. That's actually mental. Like, for your alts to be that with like a little event that is a little silly little event that's nothing more than engagement bait. I don't know. Speaks to the fact that seasons are not really popular within the general player base. There's a small group that lives and breathes in Mythic Plus, but the rest of players either do the bare minimum for the vault or do not really engage with keys at all, especially since delves have given them a chance for relatively good gear. You're on it 100%. I feel there is too much WoW and they've upped the frequency too much. And yes, I shoveled my own grave by being a collector of everything. At this point, I'm actually planning to quit WoW after the last Titan, as there will probably never be a better point for an addict like me. And then I'll catch up, not in WoW, but with all of the great games I haven't played in the last 15 years. Yes, WoW is fantastic at that. WoW is absolutely incredible. Incredible at distracting you from being able to play other games. And I try quite a lot these days to make sure I go and play other things. Now, obviously, I may not necessarily spend all that much time playing those other things, but I at least go out and have a look at them, sort of stuff. It hasn't been like this at all. There's way too much gear in my warband bank for my alts. Yeah, in a way, it's almost starting to feel... Now, I know people have made this correlation before, but it's feeling a lot like the influence of Diablo is very strong in WoW right now. It almost feels like a flipping looter-shooter ARPG style right now, where you are flooded with gear. And I think that when you get flooded with gear too quick, it's not... Like I said, it's not a bad thing to flood players with gear in order to like get them up to speed for when the new season starts. Because the worst thing is you don't, with this seasonal style that they've built, what you don't want is you don't want a new season to start and there to be players that are interested in engaging in that season, but they have to spend the first 3 weeks of the season catching up to like, you know, the starting point for that new season. But this is why I think that first week when a season, you know, when a patch launches and we get that 1 week breather before the raid comes out and the season actually begins. That is the week where we get the new zone and all of the catch-up systems. That new zone and that 1 week should absolutely flood you with gear. So much so that anybody that actually wants to engage in that season properly, if they play in that first week, you should be you should be good to go. But it would mean that you don't have to spend the last half of the previous season permanently catching people up. I think that approach would, because that would mean that when you play in a season, any progress you make in that season, you not only, you have an element of time to sit and enjoy the results of your effort. Whereas at the moment, you don't have any of that. I've been keeping up relatively week on week, and I was just about getting to the point where I'm like, you know what? I'm getting to the hyper optimization stage of my gearing, and I can start taking a slight step back. I don't necessarily feel like doing 8 delves at 11s every week in order to grind out crests. You know what? I feel as if I've done most of that. It'd be nice now to spend 4 to 8 weeks, just kind of sitting back a little bit, taking the gear that I've got, going and playing the game, doing some of the other activities. But no, we're on it again. Okay, now we're getting turbo mode kicking in. Turbo mode's turning up, and we're gonna incentivize you to push even. I don't know. It's a lot. It's just a lot, and it's a lot faster than it usually is. It feels. It's fine for Blizzard to give us catch up mechanics to gear my ults, but they're not giving me actual content that is fun that I would want to do on my ults. They're kind of missing the point. Yeah, the Nightfall event shouldn't be used as a catch-up system, in my opinion. The Nightfall event is not content. My phrase for it is it's engagement bait. It's entirely designed to keep you busy until they release something that is actually content. Entirely designed just to keep you busy. That's why it's on a 60-minute timer. In 100% designed to just keep you busy for a while. And that's why it was paced out. And on the PTR, we did the maths that you should get somewhere in the region of about 500 rep per event with the Nightfall thing. That means if you wanted to go from 0 to Renown 10, it would take you 50 events or 50 hours worth of effort. Now, let's say you did it twice a day. Once when you first log on, and then an hour later, it would still take you about a calendar month to finish it. That's how we sort of thought about it on the PTR. Then when it hit live, they nerfed all of the XP numbers, or the rep numbers that you gained from it. And then only a couple of days ago, they were like, oh, now we've boosted it by 100%. It's so clear what they're doing. Blizzard seems to believe that they're pulling the wool over people's eyes with this, but no, people can see what they're doing with both eyes in full vision. That they are deliberately making grindy systems grindier at the beginning because they know that will keep people engaged with it for as long as they possibly can. And then that will also allow them to bring it back up to normal, reasonable numbers a week or two later and get a pat on the back for doing it. It's very transparent to people who are paying at least some attention. And it's just slimy. It's slimy game dev. It's slimy engagement bait. It's clearly not being done for the enjoyment of the player, for the betterness of the player. It's entirely being done to keep people busy. I've been doing delves since week 1 of the season. All my ults are 650 plus. Catch up is a time waste if it wasn't for the mog that I wanted. True. I've not finished a single solo player game since I started playing MMOs over 20 years ago. There's not many that are on my list, to be fair. I've completed GTA 5 a few times, but that's because it's one of the best games ever made. Seems like they can't quite understand that WoW is not Diablo. Yeah, this is the thing. I don't think they're giving players enough time to actually absorb and feel as if they get to use, you know, the spoils of their hard work before they throw something else that's bringing your item level up another 13 points or whatever. Like, I can't keep up with how much the item levels are increasing. Like, it seems, like I said, I don't know if it's any different to normal. I could probably historically go back and look at this, but the amount of item level jumps that we seem to be getting is bananas. We're going up what feels like nearly 100 item levels every patch right now. Now, I'm pretty sure there was entire expansions where we barely went up more than that in recent history. Catcher system at the moment is good for alts. 623 veteran gear isn't much, but it's good for the undermine, LFR, etc. Blizzard have the metrics, so it must be being received well. Now you see, this is the difference, right? Being received well is objective. You know, it's kind of subjectively it's being engaged with, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's being received well. The fact that the players do certain things doesn't necessarily correlate with the fact that players A, even wanted to, or that B, those players are enjoying doing the thing. Because Blizzard does not release a single drop of content into this game without a very well thought through, juicy reward system attached to it that's going to entice most players to do it regardless. Which I think is one of the biggest problems. Soon as you take the reward systems away from a lot of the content and look at it like at foundational level, you start to notice that, I mean, the Nightfall event is my favourite and most recent scenario of this. If the Nightfall event didn't come with a 10-track renown, with a bunch of mounts and a bunch of pets and a bunch of transmogs, do you think people would do it more than maybe once? No, because it's not fun to do. It's just, okay, on the hour, every hour, I can smash this loot pinata, and I'm slowly going to work towards getting a mount that I want, and hopefully there'll be something interesting that drops out of the loot pinata. It's like being given a loot box once an hour. It's basically what the Nightfall event is. Have a loot box once an hour, but it's going to take you 15 minutes to earn that loot box. It is more now. It used to be that Mythic gear was the same as Heroic from the season before, I guess you mean, yeah. Now it's normal, so there's about 12 to 15 more. Yeah. Yeah, it does really seem like the item levels are being pushed so much further forward, so much faster. I can't, like I said, I don't track this stuff, and I haven't cared about this sort of stuff much in recent years, which is why I'm sort of aware it could just be a surprise to me. But suppose they're going a bit more wild with the item level now, since it's already announced that there'll be a squish next expansion. Even before The War Within came out, when the trilogy was announced, they said there would be a squish after. Oh, I think you got to be careful reading into that. That was more like, yes, at some point in the future we will have to do another squish. That's not necessarily an announcement that it'll be in the next expansion. Hamster wheels spin faster. Maybe. I don't know. I just, all I know is that from somebody that is fortunate enough to be able to play this game a lot, it feels a lot even to me, which makes me very aware of the fact that for somebody who isn't necessarily able to play this game a lot, it's a 100% unsurmountable amount of stuff happening all the time, where I would have absolutely no idea where you would even begin. It's just content diarrhea, loads of it, but it's all shit. That's probably the crudest way I can describe it, and it's not entirely true because there is some good nuggets of of content it's turning up, but a lot of it's trashed here. A huge amount of it's absolutely trashed here. The Undermine, I think, as a zone was very good. I was concerned that Season 2's zone was going to be poor, but actually the drive system ended up being much better than what we first saw it as. The drive system was much better. The layout and the content within the Undermine as a zone was very good. There was something there for pretty much everybody, right? There was something for everybody in that zone, and it's also kept people mostly busy as well, but in a way that's interesting, right? You had the digs, you had the rep grinds, you had the checklists. There's a bunch of little activities. Generally speaking, as zones go, I think the Undermine was pretty good. It was quite well themed. It was good. That's an example of where they've done something pretty good. Does the drive system just distract you from the fact that it's Najatar 3.0? I don't see that strictly as a bad thing, because I also think that Najatar was a pretty good zone also. So a 3.0 of something that was very good, I don't really mind, particularly. In recent expansions, let's do a little play-by-play, patch-by-patch, starting, let's say, BFA. Well, BFA, we had Najatar and we had Mechagon in the same patch, believe it or not, for reference. Najatar and Mechagon were both kind of cool in their own rights. At the time, Najatar annoyed me because they made you play Najatar for like 3 weeks or whatever it was without being able to fly in a zone that was clearly designed for you to fly in. So Najatar initially annoyed me. I never had to do the benthic lottery though. I was not raiding in any serious fashion during Najatar, certainly not enough to care about the benthic lottery. But I know that caused some people to dislike Najatar just because they had to hardcore grind it out for those flipping pearl things. And then play slot machine to whether they get the gear that they needed, which was obviously not fun. But the zone generally pretty good. Mechagon was straightforward enough. Interesting that it had the 2 phases. Not bad. Liked both of those zones. Shadowlands in general was difficult because I didn't do anything in Shadowlands. I crafted and sold legendaries. Korthia, well, we all know what the Moor was. The Moor can take a long walk off a short pier, I think. I think we all probably agree with that one. The Moor was not great. That also meant that Korthia got a bad rap because they glued it onto the side of the Moor. If you glue anything onto the side of a pile of shit, it's gonna rub off wrong, isn't it? People didn't like the Moor, and so the Korthia being directly next to it and exactly the same aesthetically, that was always going to be problematic. What came after Corthia? What am I missing here? What am I missing here? Was it just Zereth Mortis? Was Zereth Mortis 9.2? Yeah, it was. Zereth Mortis I liked. Zereth Mortis was reasonably good. Again, they fucked me off with Zereth Mortis by trying to like make you earn flying. That was the point in time where they were like, you can fly, but you're gonna have to fucking work for it, which was painfully annoying of a phase of the game to go through. But you know, hey ho. Generally though, overall, I think Zereth Mortis was very good. The pet and the mount system in Zereth Mortis was pretty interesting. And then once you could fly, birds that would aggro you in midair. Yeah, that was interesting. Zereth Mortis generally pretty good. Interestingly thematic. That little Cocoa Pops dude, he was quite cool. The fact he had his own little tree and whatever. Interesting experimentation of gameplay in Zereth Mortis, which I liked. Then going into Dragonflight, our first major zone, we got not Siren Isle, Forbidden Reach. We got Forbidden Reach randomly really early on, which surprised a few people, me included, that they dumped this on us. When was this? 10.0.7? This was like a keep you busy zone, which was quite surprising. But for a keep you busy zone, it wasn't terrible. This was a blast it, get it done, put it down zone, which in hindsight was the best way to use this zone, I think, at the time that they introduced it. First time round, I was far too busy playing with professions in Dragonflight, because they just Dragonflight brand new profession system. I was still elbow deep in playing with professions. So first time round, I didn't really play this zone all that much. A few days of killing rares, maybe. Getting in there, getting the new profession knowledge points and whatever, maybe. But I played this zone mostly towards the end of the expansion. But for what it was, it did its job fine. Then we got this fucking catastrophe. I think the Zarelek Cavern was just a swing and a miss in many different ways. A real swing and a miss zone. Being in a cave is never fun. Being in a cave is never so fun. You had that stupid snail zone. The little the irony is I think the little snail area, Glimmer Rock, doing the little snail races and stuff, was actually one of the better bits of the Zarelek Cavern. They fucked everybody off with the rares in Zarelek Cavern, putting them on timers, then simultaneously stating that if nobody has engaged them within 15 minutes, they then despawn, which is just like a madness decision. Didn't really feel like a cave since we could fly. Still felt pretty cavey to me generally. I was not overly enthralled with Zarelek Cavern. Then to my disappointment, Emerald Dream was unfortunately a copy-paste of the Zarelek Cavern. I didn't like this zone one bit. I didn't like Emerald Dream one bit. I think they wasted what could have easily have been an entire expansion's worth of story in this one zone. This was where they were really trying to aggressively systemize your playtime And the thing that annoyed me with the Emerald Dream more than anything else, actually, was the fact that it was better on the PTR. You had more agency about what you did in the zone on the PTR. And that there was 3 separate mini games that if you had, you know, done one aspect of it enough to the point where you didn't really feel like you needed to do it, you could skip that bit and wait till the next mini game started, and then you could join in. That's how they had it on the PTR. And then when it went live, they basically made the Super Bloom event be something that you have to do the whole flipping thing to, instead of like dipping in where it was important to you. Yeah, the PTR version of the Emerald Dream was better than what they launched, and then they couldn't really roll it back. So unfortunately for me, the 2 zones, the two major seasonal zones in the Dragon Isles were pretty poor. Which is why I'm kind of glad that the Undermine has come out swinging and is reasonably good, because it's a solid start to what's been a reasonably solid expansion so far, albeit I do think they are trying to do things too quickly. Emerald Dream was indeed a huge disappointment. That quote-unquote world has been in the centre of the attention of players and stories since the beginning, and Blizzard just screwed it, in my opinion. I do wonder why the Emerald Dream never made it into being an expansion. Yeah, this is it. Like, there was enough storyline building up for that to literally be an expansion's worth of story content. And they just spunked it up the wall at the end of Dragonflight, which felt really weird. Siren Isle wasn't the best. Well, when you compare Siren Isle to the Forbidden Reach, yes, I would agree with you. But that's when you take if you're doing a direct comparison, given the choice, would you have the Forbidden Reach or would you have Siren Isle? Yes, you'd probably take the Forbidden Reach every time. So in that regards, it makes the Siren Isle pretty poor. But at the end of the day, I think Siren Isle just looks bad because the Forbidden Reach looked better. But I think the Forbidden Reach as a zone at the period of time that it launched in the expansion was just 1 or 2 steps above what it needed to be. I think the Siren Isle is exactly what it needed to be. It was a rehash of a old piece of content. I didn't like their decision to time gate flying in the Siren Isle. Again, hey, who would have thought? Manthe doesn't like the time gating of flying. That's nothing new. But I think if you stepped into the Siren Isle now, you'd have, you know, a few days of fun in there. Undermine is just the best. I've made 17 million off Mechanica so far. I mean, that's clearly going to help the enjoyment factor, yeah. Yeah, I think, I don't know where I was going with that little retrospective of the zones particularly, but I think the War Within is off to a reasonable start in that regards. I think the War Within so far will go down as quite a good expansion if they keep to how it is right now. I just think they really need to be cautious about this content diarrhea approach that they've got right now. If you just shit out something every 4 weeks, people will get not only bored, but they will start to this is one thing I've said for a long time about this game. Blizzard needs to remember that they're not the only game on the planet, right? They need to remember that there are other games out there, and they need to remember that as much as people enjoy this game, there are many people out there that also like to enjoy other games. Now, apparently in the gaming industry, that's not acceptable of an opinion to have. But they were kind of starting to get it right, whereas they were building this seasonal mode where if you dip in at the beginning of a season, you can have a few weeks and absolutely blast it and have a lot of fun, achieve what you want to achieve in that season, but then you could put it down for a few weeks, recharge the batteries before going again. And that, in essence, if they get that right, works really well. But Season 2 in The War Within seems to be like they're constantly putting you on a treadmill again in the hunt for further and further and further levels of engagement, which is, my opinion, not the right way to do it. But we'll see how they continue. We'll see how they continue. Hasn't it been on like a fan-made timeline sheet since like what? Yeah, the Emerald Dream has been like. When you look at when we get into leak season, the leak season stuff, before we get every expansion announcement. Obviously, it's slightly different now because we've been told about 3 expansions in one go. But when leak season historically was a thing, you could bet your ass every single time there was an Emerald Dream fan fiction expansion leak. Every time. The Owly shit was the worst idea. Yeah, it's got just, you know, the opacity on that one is cranked up, isn't it? It's like it's clear as day that they're trying to just keep you busy with these Owly stuff. Very clear in my opinion. Wait, that cannot be the only work order. Yeah, I didn't think so. When it's old content, it just piles up with all the other zones. Imagine in 2 expansions time going back to the Siren Isle. How will that look? Oh, well, yeah, it's just, it's you know, very forgettable. Very, very forgettable. But for what it is designed to be, I think that's fine. You actually don't want every zone to be a timeless isle, to some degree at least anyway. You don't want every... Whoa, pummel permit's really down to 400k, holy. You really don't want every zone to be an absolute banger. Because yes, like there is a limit to how much people are willing or capable to do. But as it's right now, with this content diarrhea, there isn't really time for you to ever think about anything past expansion. They're kind of cooking so much stuff up right now that you don't have time to breathe. Which for me makes it slightly odd when they're like hammering home things like these old meta, like past expansion metas and stuff like that. Because I would imagine most people haven't even got time to start even contemplating about going back and doing old meta achievements and stuff. Because they're constantly keeping you on a treadmill within the current expansion even. I don't know. Maybe Ranthius is too prominent today. Maybe he needs to go back to bed, but... As a collector, it's hell at the moment. Oh yeah, if you try and collect even something, anything, you are constantly chasing your tail. Absolutely. This is why I'm glad I don't care about transmog. If I cared about transmog, I'd be cooked by now. I'd have absolutely been fried to a crisp if I cared about transmog. Because there's not enough time in the day. Genuinely not. And it's because they can't release anything without an entire transmog set to grind for. That's just a recolor of another transmog set. Which... there is a 50-50 argument there that people just need to be more strict with themselves about what shit they chase and what stuff to just leave in the dust. But yeah, I don't know. Anyway, thank you for sitting through my rant. Do I need to spend any of these points anywhere? I don't think I really do. Anytime I need to craft a gem for some reason, I can slam 20 points in and cap it out. But otherwise, I don't actually need to spend the points. I just need to earn them. I think I'm in a similar position, really, with leatherworking as well. I don't actually need to... I just need to make sure I keep earning the points, so that when I do go to then craft something, I can, and in theory, can also do the same for others when needed or when called upon, via orders or whatever. There's a strong possibility... I've capped shoulders already. Oh, that's because I've already crafted shoulders. What was the other thing I was contemplating crafting then? I still need a cape at least hero tier. I still need a necklace as well. I've been stuck with these champion bits of gear for a little while now. Which, you know, they're not bad. I can live with them if we never replace them, but when hero gear is going up to 8 out of 8 soon, that's going to make the difference between a piece of champion and piece of hero gear even bigger than it is now. So there might be need to swap those out. Other than that, I've got hero gear everywhere else. So actually, I'm probably not likely to craft anything else with leatherworking, really. If I am going to craft something, it's going to be a jewel crafting neck or a tailoring cape. So these points can just kind of accumulate once again. We ain't never going to fill the leather ones. That's just not going to happen, is it? But the rest of it's capped, which is good. That's fine. It's like you're the only person at an all-you-can-eat buffet. You can't actually eat all the stuff that's present. It's a difficult argument to make, isn't it? Because it comes from the perspective of like, oh well, you just can't be pleased. Either there's not enough to do or there's too much to do. But I wouldn't, like I said, I would happily have a table with so much food on it that you can't possibly consume it all. But the problem is right now, is Blizzard are presenting you with a feast, more food that you can ever possibly imagine to eat, but it's all fucking vegetables. There's nothing that really gets you excited. It's just a table of vegetables, right? More Brussels sprouts than you know what to do with. And there is a bit of cake there, but it's hidden behind a pile of Brussels sprouts. And there's only so many Brussels... I don't know where I'm going with this analogy, but there's only so many Brussels sprouts that one person can stomach. I think that's probably where I'm getting with on this, but it's so yes, if the table was full of so much juicy goodness that you didn't know where to start, it would be better. It would be better. I'm not against all the small things to do because I'm sure some people go out and enjoy them. But when you add an item level increase mid-season just to get people to play more to prepare for the new season, it's disgusting. Yes. I'm mostly with you on that one. For Brussels sprouts, that number is 0. Yeah. The only time a Brussels sprout should ever be in existence is at Christmas, and even then I will eat 2 of them because it's obligatory to eat at least some vegetables at Christmas. If you want to eat the cake, you first got to eat 200 pounds of Brussels. Yep. That's how it feels sometimes. Right. Boys and girls, I think it is time to leave it there. I think Ranthius's presence is a clear indication to me that maybe I should go get some food. We'll take it a little bit easier at the beginning of the week because, of course, we got reset day where things get busy. And we're in a pretty good position, to be honest. I've got a couple of alts that are on the level, which I might look at getting these finished. They can then get either woven into the current teams or just added as their own separate teams. So the Mechanica grind can be less grindy. And I will try and do some digging and do some research and see if I can put some numbers to this as to why I felt that we got substantially less Mechanicas than I would have expected. I was thinking we were going to be in the sort of 30 to 40 range of Mechanicas, even with a semi-broken week last week, was my estimated numbers. We could possibly have just got on the real bad side of RNG, but we'll see. I'll figure stuff out. I'll figure it out. Boys and girls, we will be back again tomorrow. Tomorrow's Tuesday. It's the last day of the week for us in EU. We will probably just be finishing a few of the basic bits and pieces off tomorrow. Prepping for Wednesday. Tomorrow, possibly, if I can get a lot of the stuff done. There's not really much I need to do particularly, but if I can get a few bits and bobs done. Tomorrow possibly could be a PTR day. Take a little bit of a look at what's coming in 11.1.7. There's a few things to go and have a poke around with. See if we can find any undocumenteds. There's plenty of undocumenteds I tend to find. Yeah, tomorrow could be a PTR day maybe. We'll have a little look. I don't even know if I've got the PTR installed. We'll see. But either way, thanks for joining today. I appreciate it. I love talking to you guys, even if sometimes I kind of go off on jump in the deep end a little bit. Come say hi on the Discord if you're not there already. Enjoy the rest of your day, and I will find somebody to pass you on to. Who we got? Should we send you over to Elon? He might actually be doing some proper goal making, you know. He might actually be doing something that's considered like on track. Let's send you over to Elon. Obviously, Team YouTube. There is no raiding on Team YouTube. I apologise. You will have to figure out your next form of entertainment. But Team Twitch, we will pass you on to Elon. Go say hi. Make sure you follow Elon. He's definitely worth following if you're not already. And for reference, when I say Elon, we're not talking about the crazy Tesla guy. Elon from Team Sweden. Right, let's get the raid on the go. Oh, he's on no cam mode today. Oh, he must be having an ugly day. Anyway, boys and girls, enjoy the rest of your day. I'll catch you all tomorrow. Have a good one. Peace.